Why, hello. Let's get everything started here. I hope your Saturday's going well. Let's figure out where I was. Got that open. Rocking and rolling with all that. Kick that down a notch. So, we just done the broker stuff to get skill stuff in. That is not the correct directory. There we go. Let's launch this. Okay, so got this loading. Yes. We got the message broker stuff in place for this so that we're getting currently just the hard-coded couple example sample types, skills and abilities, right? That's going to have to be a whole thing, right? But that's a different project. That's a different change. What we need to do is get this over into our form so that we can save that to a file, and then we'll have to figure out how we want to support applying a template to one of these. And maybe the answer is just as simple as like a click and drag to this box. Maybe that's easy. Because we don't want to apply it to a tile, which we will do for rooms. We need to figure that out too eventually. But rooms, like if we were to delete this one, it makes sense to have a template type of room that you can drag over here. Ideally, that's how I like it to work. But that doesn't make sense for a connection, because you can have one direction connections. Ooh, also we need to make sure that that works, which doesn't currently. It's because there's a nil. We need to nil guard that. That's fine. Let's just relaunch this. We'll fix that bug. But if we delete this tile again so that everything gets cleaned up, we also need to refresh this on a delete. That's fine. We can do that. Here, we want to be able to support the notion of, and we should also make sure that there's no 3-2 destination here. There isn't. Okay, good. We need to support the idea of a single direction. Connection, right? So maybe dragging it into the form makes the most sense. That is future me problem. We'll have to think about that as we implement the clicking and dragging, right? When we start making that machinery. Let me just make myself a quick note that we have a bug selecting a nil tile. Selecting a nil destination for a new connection. Crashes. Editor. Fix it. Go. Okay. So we need to put, first things first, these guys right now live in the edit bar. They need to get moved into templates with the other templatey things. Not templates bar though, templates. Get that over here. Think we're done with skills for now. Because we just fixed up the placeholder code to use a message bus. But that's all just to facilitate this testing, basically, in development. So we'll replace it when it makes sense. Which is when we build that part of the editor. Edit bar. Let's think about... Let's collapse all this real quick just for my sanity as we start digging into this. All right, so we have, that's just the form. We have these spinners, which go inside of the skill DC. So we have the chooser and the spinner. And I think... What if we were to pull this out into its own custom widget? I think that could still live in templates. And in fact, I think a number of these could become custom widgets, perhaps. Not these, but the widgets in general. This is primarily creating our data right now, but do we want to change that? Or should we put this into everything into connection form? Which currently is internal here to templates bar. But could we unify this? If we did that, we could use it inside of edit bar. We'd still have the folder dealy, but the form that goes inside of it would be replaced. That might be interesting. If we were to go down that route, we still have our on clicks. Which, are we using onClick for this? Um, yes. No. This is footer. That's rooms connections. OnClick, because OnClick is our delete. Which you don't really want for... Well, I guess, yeah, we still do... We do a similar pattern. When we build this guy, we add form buttons. This is the... It made me want to learn English to understand. Yeah, I can't help you with that. I only speak English. I don't know if automatic translation is going to help you there. I don't know how good it is. Run this again. If we... Getting this to style the same would be a little bit of a challenge. So maybe we don't want to do that. The other thing we could do is just like package this up into the widget and then leave the buttons after, which I think we had kind of partially before when we were working on this, but something made me change. And I think it was related to the instance or this particular template, right? Not sure how I want to tackle this, really. A little bit tricky. If we went with the idea to move this over to templates, like we moved the data structures, that's the pattern we've kind of been doing so far. Vegetile widgets. returns a connection data. So this is mostly about just manipulating the data underneath. The data templates might not be the best name for it, but the UI bits and pieces definitely don't live there. As a first step, let's just move these things over and get them working in the template, UI wise. The underlying data is going to be the same. And then we can kind of evaluate whether or not we should do something to unify, to have both places using the same widget, UI wise. Or if they should stay separate. I'm thinking from a maintainability standpoint, the answer would seem to be to make them one, but they are slightly different and the underlying data structure is the same, so maybe it's okay and you just have to change both if you change something. And maybe that's something we kind of kick down the road until we come back through and implement more of the map functionality that we kind of think we're going to want eventually. And kind of experience consuming all of this, right, as a developer. Let's just do that. Let's get this thing working first. So part of this will be we need to have the data structs over. Make sure that the data skill DC. So you take a skill, okay. You take a skill, which lives over there, which should be correct. In theory, right? Because who else would be better suited to provide us with that than the skills module? So what we're going to do is pull over a lot of this, I think. We need to make sure that we have a skills.skill over here. That we can just do a one-off and then go from there, right? But I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm gonna be right back, and then we'll do that. Okay. Now, here we go. Let's temporarily scoot this over here. So we have these, and then we're going to look at this as well. We want to make sure that we have skills here, or the ability to get them. We would need to do that, okay, so on a reload, or for every... If we do it in here, it's going to happen every time. But if we don't do it in here, every time we update and Maker gets run, then we're still going to have an issue where, like, if you update the skill, it won't refresh. So maybe it's okay to be chatty. We would need to be aware of the message buffer, though, in order to get this. Or can we pass it in? We did this, and then and then we do that, we would need to run go generate again, right? Which maybe that's fine. Does that change our type gen in the way we think? Not really. Set delete on click. Did we? Need to look at the docs. Oh, we don't have docs for this crap. I need to look at. There was a chat with somebody else. Here. Maybe not. Is there a way? Let's see. I don't think we can do that. I think what we have to do is give it a function like they've done with the form to set a struct, right? And like we've done here. Confuse this should... I don't think this should be in here anymore. We're going to delete it and regen and make sure that it looks correct. And if it puts it back in, then we'll figure out what's going on there. But Set broker. Just that. Real simple. Then we'll run it again. Okay. Do have a delete on click still. But no set broker. What are you getting that from? Am I just forgetting something? What MUD stands for? Multi-user dungeon. What was that called? Set delete on click. We don't use that though. So why do you gen it? Oh, you know what? I bet. Let's see here. This needs to be... I'm not there. That's in there. What if I just delete you completely? And then rerun you. Succeeded. Oh, you know why? I bet. I bet you it's because it's an exported. Which is weird. Wait. Right, that's in the type gen. Don't mess with that. Don't mess with that either. Don't mess with that either. This is all in type gen. Let's just cancel this completely. So I don't think anything is actually using it. If I regen now. Because we just hooked into the default events. Hello. How are you? Do that, then it goes away. So it's weird that it has a setter for a public and exported field. It's exported. You should be able to mess with it directly. So I'm a little confused about what's going on there. A little weirded out. But let's just make sure that everything runs happily there still if we change that. We're looking pretty good. If I do a new template, goes in, new template, delete all that. We're good. Okay. So it wasn't used like I thought. The broker still needs to be set. And then we can do up here, as part of our init, in our maker, we do our form fields here. So before that, we do, we need to nil check this. What we're going to do is an empty list. If this isn't nil, then we're just going to grab the same. So you get past it. Available skills. Gets passed in here. Because you ultimately get pulled out here. That's right. We gave it a convenience. We don't have error there. Why don't you use Cursor or VS Code? Because I don't use AI and because I don't like VS Code. I like Golang better. If I was to do this, we have the message broker here. We don't have an error log. We don't really want one in here. I guess we can just ignore the error. I wonder if it would make more sense to do something. If you made a logger a requirement here, a message broker should have a log, right? It does. Okay. But this isn't something we should determine here for anybody. We can return the error still. That's fine. Let's do this still. I want to do am I confused? It's an interface. Let's not do that. That starts to get messy. Let's do this. No, we can't do that because we need to be above. So we're going to have to do it the messy way. We can just do a nil. No, we can't. An explicit type. What is the type of an error? It's a generic error. There. That's what I was looking for. No equals. And then we can do... Ooh, that's not exposed, though. We could make it, or... Let's ignore the error. Here's what we're going to do. Getting rid of that. But in our message broker, in shared? No, I put it in here. Not in shared yet. In get skill. No, sorry. It's in skill because skill uses messages broker. Ooh, which won't help me. We're going to do that. We're going to return it, but we're also going to log it. Where are we? No, I think we're going to have to do it here because some things might handle it, and then if we didn't, if we logged it and then silently handled it, it'd be hard to understand what's going on from the logs. So it does need to be here, unfortunately. All right. Error is not nil. Like so. And then When we come in here, we're going to grab temporarily. That's the test code. I don't want that. It's not you either. My brain today is scattered. You're an edit bar. That's where you are. But not up here. Here. And then here we will do, for our buttons, after our buffers get set for that, and then this empty chooser value. We need to also do this. But this will need new chooser, set items, chooser items, new spinner. That's all fine. What sets this to the current value? Think about let's look at the docs for chooser. Widgets, chooser. I must have wired up the, getting ahead of myself. Current value of a chooser. Set current value is that. I bet you that I wired it up in here after I create it. And that's going to be connection edit widget, form container, all that good stuff. Chooser, spinner, skill DC. Yeah, set current value. That's fine. We can do the same thing. Given item is not found, it adds it to the items list if it is not empty. So we need to check, because this, we can't allow it to do that, right? If it's an invalid skill, that's going to be a problem. So like if you updated, like you change the name of a skill, let's say, and then you reloaded this, we need to fix that. We can't just let it recreate that option and save it to file. Or can we? Maybe it's fine, and you have to go edit it. No, because then it would be broken, right? In the UI, it would give you an option to select a thing that doesn't actually exist. So that's still fine. We just need to be careful when we said, which is also fine. We want to basically do the same thing we're doing here. And then this, that's fine. It should default to 0 if there's nothing. So we just need to put it in here. We'll do very much the same thing. But we need to... Yeah, for now this is fine. This is W. Like this, and then if this is not nil, we also need to check here if this returns just a skill.skill. And we can say if that, and over here we use the ID as well. We can early break. And we can set value here as well. Need to cast this to float. like that. And then this, we add same deal. Except we use all of the use data. Let's run that. See if I've forgotten anything. Connections. Okay, we have 0 and 0. It's set to none. That's correct. But that is not available skills. Did we have an error log? Did not have an error log. Ah, it's because the message broker was nil. So let's go ahead and fix that. Templates bar, where we go ahead and connections tab, make the plan. New connections form, set struct, set broker, message broker. Now, it's kind of backwards. Fix it just for fun. So it makes sense. Now we should see in our templates folder, in our connection, did not save. Because forgetting something. Because we're not writing this to the struct. Write connection templates. That does live in templates. Connection templates. No. No. We did this. On change. Save button on click. We did it as part of this widget. We need to let's see here. If the data struct, if this isn't nil, and can we do this all in one, I wonder? because the nil or the none option shouldn't write data, right? It should just omit that. It's implied by it being nil. We build it for the UI purposes, but so we do need to check it both ways, because we can't check the skill ID of it if it's not. And there's no... There's no is value here. We would have to do... validate. Double check. Well, it's cool to see the editor gradually taking shape, right? How you doing today, Ash? How's things? How's your Saturday going? Hello to you as well, John, in YouTube land. I wish there was a better way to nil check this without using the weird... I'm unfortunately old enough to know what a mud is. I mean, me too. So I feel ya. It's been a good Saturday. Lots of gaming and lazy, just the way I like it. Excellent. Has it been all Factorio, or is there anything else in the mix today? Possibly do some coding or some writing in the evening while watching the stream. Nice. Exclusively Factorio, of course. Nice. I've never coded in Go, but it'd be nice to see someone actually doing it. Well, that is what I do here. To varying levels of success. They have a funky, possibly nil thing, but that would require using it in other places as well, and that's kind of, I don't like it. We can just do this. Nice, so you're not just using Copilot to do the grunt work? No, I don't use AI at all. We can't do this here, though. We need to do a check here. If the error is nil, then we can do this. I have curly braces just all over the place. I set up the second to last science pack and it wasn't easy. Nice. Okay, so if there is no error, if there is an error, I don't think we care. Something invalid has happened, but we're not writing it to the data struct. And it should theoretically on rebuild get sorted out. I think, I hope. We shouldn't really get an error eventually ever because we're driving it off of the skills that we get from the manager, but stuff happens, right? If it's nil, then what we can do is dot, actually hang on. I'm doing this wrong. Some of it. Because we need to get the... Okay. Crap. We need to get the current values and put them into the data struct before we can pull it out. Does Go have exceptions? Not really. I mean, you can panic. You can log. We need to get the data out of the choosers. We can do that, though. We can do an on change. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's what we're going to do. When we set this up here, on change this, like so. Think here. Can we get the... We have on select as well. That should be for like selecting. Where is the... Get the... Do I not have getting the current value? Hello to you as well, Kyoshu. For an item. I guess I can do that. That doesn't give me... What in the world? How am I supposed to get you out of here? Chooser. Not what I want. Guess I could bind to something. I don't want to do that though. I just want to get the current value. We have a set placeholder as well. That wasn't documented, I don't think. It was. I'm just dumb. We still want to build this into a list of chooser items. That's fine. But... Oh, I need to create it before I can do that. You can still use that value though. But then I need to go back to tell me how to get things out of you. Current item gives me a chooser item. Which I can get value text. Okay. Hello to you as well, Yudo. Current item. Value. Actually, if current item... What is the expected state of current item when you don't have one set yet? Theoretically, it should be nil, maybe? I have no idea what this bit of code does. I mean, that's fair. That's what happens when you bungee in for 15 minutes. Set items. Sets the reference to that are available. So theoretically, let's just test this. Let's just say if it's nil, we'll print out it. That won't work. Chooser, okay. Because when we build this, the ID goes in. We'd have to check that perhaps. What's about game engine? Yeah, John's got it. I'm still a bit of a beginner in Golang, but I love it. Awesome. I enjoy Go too. I guess maybe we would need to just say if current item is new. I think I just tried that and then we were sidetracked. I guess we could check the name. Value is any. What if I just put the whole skill in there? Or rather... I can't do that. That doesn't make sense. I gotta go. My daughter's just cooked dinner, so I guess that was 15 minutes, Bungie, right? Well, enjoy dinner. I guess my first question should be, and we can test it with their docs here. So nothing gets set if I click out of it. It stays. But if I go into it, this is why I did that. Because we need to be able to clear. That's why I did it the way I did down here in this. Oop. Fortunately, I can just grab, because we're still kind of in the middle of pulling things around, I can just grab you from here because you look the same right now. And then we get back to our original. So then when I come up here on a change, I can say text is not empty chooser value, then the data struct dot value, but this needs to be skill ID. But this won't be. We would need to check. Okay, so probably got to be careful here. Let's get that out of there real quick. First things first. Let's flip this. If it is empty, because this is going to be an easy one to handle. We're going to nil that. Otherwise, we'll do this. Thought you took a string. You do take a string. Why are you not happy? Type any like so. What's a mud game engine? It's an game engine that runs a mud game. Mud being multi-user dungeon. Think about if you could play Zork online with your friends. It's from the old days when computers were still kind of bad, but not as bad as they used to be. If error is not nil, actually, let's just do if it is nil, then here we put you in like so. But this needs to be what is the method that gets me back to UUID? We validated it, but we need to turn you into a UUID. What's my favorite mud? I haven't played them really in a long time. I used to play one of the Iron Realms ones, and I don't remember the name of it anymore. But it was a long, long time ago. Let's see here. It's got to be like parse. Parse, yes. Just parse. So what we could actually do is just parse it here. Like that. Like that. That's going to shadow though. Like so. It looks like the YouTube stream is lit today. Sounds like you have some fantastic people on there. Yeah, it's been a good day for YouTube. YouTube's been popping off in general lately. Let's see, it looks like about 10 people chillaxing in YouTube. Quiet day for Twitch, busy day for YouTube. Which is sort of surprising to me. Like, I didn't think that many people really looked for live streams on YouTube unless they were already, like, they already followed a channel or something. But I seem to get a lot of new people over there that come and hang out, and sometimes they stick around, and it's pretty awesome. And then also we need to, in the case where that's not that, I think we only need to store the ID. So we just need to do the same thing here for the use chooser. And then for the DC, the value of that, we would need to do the same thing, I think, for the spinner. And we need to refactor some of this as well, I think, but for now, it's fine. Probably need to do like, bind it to a struct, maybe? I don't know. We'll think about that. But look at the docs for spinner. Oh, you have a Twitch as well? I'm going to follow you there. Yes, sir. Or ma'am. Or whatever. There should be a link on my channel. Not the UUID package. I need to Kojin docs. Tell me about the spinner. Spinner. Set value, which we did, right? Yes. Really looks like I may be doing this the hard way. That's what it looks like. Oh, that must be very niche, no? But I'm glad you're doing it. Love code streamers. Keep it up, I subbed. Awesome. I appreciate that. Which part is very niche? Writing a game engine in Go, writing a mud engine. I think all of it's niche. But that's why it's fun, right? It's all something different from the usual. We can do on change, and it's just dot value, which is what I was doing. Yes, okay. I also need to be careful here. That I do if there is nothing here yet, we need to make it. And it needs to be, what do we drive you off of? You'd be in templates. Fig. This is templates bar. The wrong folder. Wrong file, rather. You need to just be a game map skill CD. DC. That. And then we actually need to do the same thing here. Yeah, we need to pull this out and clean this up. There's too much duplication happening here. But for now, we're just going to get it working and then we'll refactor. Actually, no, because if you set a DC without a skill set, it's not valid to save it, right? So we don't need to make that change. So we should theoretically always be able to rely on there being something created here if it were in the correct state. And we'll allow it to be 0. So just anything on change, I believe we clamp the min value basically as part of, maybe we don't. Is that, no, set min 0. That way we can't go below. So it makes no sense. But on our change, if not that, if the data struct data spot DC isn't nil, we set that. Specifically to the DC field. You need to ensure this is an int though. Which it should always be, like, that's just the internal type of this, but we've set min step, and if it chops off the decimal that you somehow got in there, then it does. That's fine. You shouldn't be doing that. Madness, I say. So we need to do basically just the same thing down here as well for use spinner. Forgive my ignorance, please, but what does MUD stand for? You are forgiven. MUD stands for multi-user dungeon. Imagine if you could play Zork online with your friends. That's kind of what they were. /R. They're still kind of around. Up here, that we also need to make sure that we update this, because this is the use chooser. Like so. And we need to make sure we create you if you don't exist. Like that. I think that gets us back to functioning correctly. We have none, but if we set you... Oop, that didn't work at all, did it? What did I forget? Let's see here. Listeners, widget events. That's problematic. Ah, right. This is a UUID, not string. Helps if I read all of it, I guess. Yes. That's right. We do put a UUID, not the string. The string we were thinking about validation. This just needs to be... that. But... does it even make sense, though? Can you have a UUID that is invalid in some way, shape, or form if it's been a UUID for its whole life? I don't think you can, so I don't think we need to validate. We just need to make sure that... And I think it's actually just a bool when you type assert. And then we can just do... like that. And then we need to do that same change down here to... that was used, we need up here rather to... spot. Like that. Now, we'll make it look somewhat plausible. Save. We should see. Yes, and we did. Fantastic. And also, if we go to none, let's just say, like so. Did I click save? Oh, I have not handled that correctly. Close the wrong thing. I would need to... in here... It's because we omitted. Okay. Crap. It is nilling it, I bet. But we omitted empty, so it doesn't change this. That's going to be a problem. We can test that. Let's get rid of that real quick. Let's go back in here. If we take omit empty off of these, but put back the single quotes so that things actually work, you know, as you do. Then we would go to none here, hit save. Still doesn't. Let's do. How do I handle this? Let me do this. Take you. I'm gonna add one. So that would leave these as null in here, which is fine. They don't get overwritten here. Um, we can do is on a save here. Print out with field names and all that good stuff. The data struct. Oh yes, I see. Not updating, eh? Have you considered memoizing an idempotent lambda monad? Well, have you considered self-defenestration? Me pretending I know comp sci, right? First things first. Let's make sure that it is being nilled correctly like I think it is. with a good old printout. So once I come over here and set you to none, connection ID, origin, destination, all of that, spot DC, it's not being nilled. So something's going on there. What have I messed up? Did I... On change, if it's empty chooser value, spot DC is nil. It should be text, right? No, it's value. Ah. And we need to do the same thing for spot value. Which why did what if I made you text? Why did the compiler complain about types there? Because value is any. It's an interface. Text, if I make it text and put this back to text, I think it'll be less confusing to use. And then I would get, if I was to do like that, then it would complain. And I don't know if I did that for... That's painful? Yes. I don't know if I did that for display purposes or if something else, or if I just put it in there without thinking twice, right? None. Save. Bot DC gets nilled. And then takes it out. I think, though... Let's put you back real quick. Give you a value. It's almost like you're coding JavaScript or something. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that UI stuff is hard, and JavaScript kind of, you know, is influenced by that, right? If I then put my... If I go to the right one. If I put my omit empties back... I think it actually is fine because it's going to rewrite the data. Because it doesn't update it, it rewrites it, I think. I was conflating things like BSON and updating things in Mongo. In which case, if you set it to a similar thing, things get broken. None. Save. It is nilled. This didn't go away. Probably need to do an update. That's fine. If I do this, then it'll update. That's fine. Let's look at our connections. Yeah, it takes it out. Okay, so we can still do that, which is nice. I would rather have it not include a thing that doesn't exist, right? I thought generics would help with stuff like this, but they aren't designed very well and don't work for stuff. I mean, this was completely my fault, right? Where for some reason I set the value instead of the text for the field, and I think that if there's no text, it falls back to value in the chooser widget, right? So this is one of those cases where I was holding it wrong, but also it's UI stuff involved, right? Where I'm consuming their widget that is designed in a certain way. This can come out of here now that we've tracked down all of my absurdities and self-inflicted miseries. This, we also want to, if we're nilling this, we want to set this to 0. And this is going to be the same for the use spinner if we're nilling. And so now if I was to nil this, perfect. Let's see, what other... That covers nilling and then recreating. That's all the same. Didn't really update that. Takes it out though correctly. If I do that, we should end up and then we should have a different ID. If we don't, did I give them the same ID perhaps? Oh no, it's not. Something didn't get set correctly. What happened? So chooser on change. It's not an empty value. It's not empty. Just throw a quick test printout in here. Did I do something silly like that? Change you. No? Why are you... Skill ID should be set to that. That's set to you. Oh, did I mess up? This is all use. That's what I did. That's where I went wrong. Dangers of copy pasta. One more reason we should refactor this real quick here in a minute. Now, if I change you, athletics, you get changed. Perfect. Okay, there we go. User error. Perfect. Okay, so for now, we're going to commit this. Actually, hang on. What did we change here? We changed log to make it, okay, yeah, it's exported now. That's fine. Message broker connections. We need to make sure our test pass real quick. There shouldn't have been anything changed, but just in the name of tidiness, we just exported the log so that something else could possibly use the message broker to spit out a log if it doesn't otherwise have one, which is fine. And then connection for type gen, yeah, we regenerated, that's fine. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. Like so. This now, I'm going to think about how I want to make sense of this so that it's nicer. And we don't have so much repetition in here. I guess we could. We could pull it out into its own widget, right? A custom widget. In the more traditional sense, because, well, no, because then we'd still have to do all of this unless we were just to bind it to a struct, which I guess we could do. We could bind it to the pointer of the DC in question, and then all this logic would just act upon its internal struct. Is there an example of this? This is all undocumented. I'm not thinking off the top of my head of a widget that probably has widgets within it in the same way. Or I don't know which one would be right. I would need to... It would make sense to have it in the same package. Or can we put it in internal? That way it's very much hidden from everything else. It's really only for this. How did we do? We did a set struct. I think that might be a good pattern to just re-implement, basically. So it's working well. And then all of this logic would live internally. This would get nicer. Yeah. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and then we're going to do that and see if we like it or not. I'll be right back. All right. That's better. So, what I can do. We'll do a new Go file. You will be skill DC. I forgot to do you though. That's fine. And we're gonna need to do a couple things. This for one, so that it gets its cogent stuff generated when we run Go generate. We're gonna leave this in as well. Also for cogent reasons, this we're gonna copy first. This can live in here now. And if we do this, getting the skills into it, we'll just have to give it a method. That's fine. We just need a type for it. A we struct. think it just needs a frame as its parent. Double check. Yeah, we just wrapped up into a frame because we put in skill row. Ah, this is just going to become W. That's fine. Yeah, it just needed something to live in. And then we need an init. Oh, EFM, sure. Like so. We init the frame. Like so. You had only column. That's all we did with you. That's fine. And then I put these in direct. That's probably fine for this because it'll get smaller. We're going to need a data struct, which is going to be a pointer to map skill DC. Except for we need to have... We can't have it be nil for cogent reasons, right? Because it'll get real angry when it inits with that. So we can just give it a default that's empty, like we did over here. I think we still need to do that. How many lines of code have you written in this awesome mud engine so far? I don't know. I don't count lines of code, really. It's not really a good metric. For anything, really. And then we need to have the maker. Tree.plan. You don't need the buffers. You don't need that. You don't need the message broker. That's all coming from the parent. Or provided to us afterwards. We will need... set struct we can use. This will take that and that. We also are going to need this can be internal. Doesn't need to be exported. Not that. Skills.skill. And then this is just like so. Now, does this look like here for us? We just need to add like we did here. P. This will just be, I guess. Sure. This new frame. I don't know why we call it W. That's what they called it. I actually just need this styler to live in here, I think. I don't think we need to style that out there if we do this one. We don't need any of that. We don't need that. Label. So we need to also set a name for or a label for this, so this I think we can just export and let the type gen take care of. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to mess with that, I don't think. It's fine, it's just a label. So here, new text off of W, set text to the label I have. When I do this, when I init you, we probably want to have a default. I guess we could do that here. If or I could do and then if it's not an empty, then that wouldn't change the underlying data. It would just set a visual. I think that's how they mostly do things in their widgets, so we'll follow that until I discover that I'm mistaken or there's a reason not to. And then I don't think I did. Okay, right. This row exists. Not that. You go on W. No? Ah, because I put you outside. Because I wanted these to be... Does that make any sense? Yeah, because this needs to go below, but I want these two to be on the row. I think that's why I did it this way. So I don't want them to be... If we look at the form widget, there might be an easier, nicer way to do this. And we can borrow some of their setup, because they do labels in a form. Let's see, we want to find their init. Here it is. Get struct fields. Then no, because they just put them in there. And you have to set the form itself display to column if you want them to be in a row. But I don't want everything to be in a row or in multiple rows. I want these two to go together. The box and the chooser, to keep them linked. So I think we just do that. We do the same thing we have been doing. It's probably fine. And then probably don't need to do these separate. We can do this here as part of the init. And then here we can do this. This available skills. Like so. And then down here we can do new chooser off a skill row. Set the items to chooser items. This needs to be, could just be chooser, that's fine. That. And then this. Can go here. Off a skill row as well. Step, not state. 1. Set min to 0. Like that. And then we don't need any of this stuff to be broken out because it's all in this widget, and we can do this logic one time. Not save button though, it's up here where we did this stuff. We're just going to actually borrow it in both cases. This will be chooser now. So we set up the on change. If the chooser's current items text is the empty, then we do the form, which is the parent widget we're creating here. data struct is nil. I think that works. So if it's a pointer, we'll find out. Data struct if it's nil, if this is not an empty chooser value and it's nil, then we do a new one and we do that to 0. Wait, that's not correct. We don't want to clear that if you're changing. Or do we? Let's leave it out for now. Put it back if we need to. This becomes chooser. Oops. This is data struct. Skill ID is the asserted UUID. Spinner. Struct DC is the value. I think worried that this isn't connected the way I'm thinking it is, but we'll find out. It was here that we should have had set value. I don't need that. It's going to become a float. That's fine. Okay. So now we should be able to do is instead of all of this, we can say we need to go gen this real quick so that we get our new type gen stuff in there. Like so. That would give us in here type gen perfect new form. Okay. Skill DC dot new form. Close templates, but that's fine. Go. But instead of all this mess, ooh, right. Your lowercase. New form. Off of W. I could do set label here, just like that, all in one. Oops. and then set struct becomes connection form data struct data spot DC, and then set skills becomes available skills. And then I do the same thing for this. That. And then all of this would get to go away immediately. Because we've pulled out that logic. Think about that name and it seems less than ideal. Data struct, it feels like number integer. I mean, yeah, maybe. We could call it data or something. And then we would also be able to get rid of all of these as well. Forgot some stuff. Did I not just delete you? Is he losing my mind? We did that. Then that should be back to where we were, but way nicer, theoretically. Data would make it stuttery. Connection form data. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't have better ideas. It's one of the two hard problems of programming. Yes, there are only two hard problems. Naming, concurrency, and one-time access. Or what is it? I forget now. Let's see. We got... Well, that's not... That didn't go incorrectly. We'll fix that. Athletics. Make that more believable perception. Athletics. We save. Connections gets updated. Wait a minute. We didn't have... Naming, cache, and validation off of errors. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's one too. There's one about single execution or something. Let me reload that. I don't think we got our... because I forgot to set the values in the init. That's what I missed. Exactly once delivered. Maybe? I don't remember. I've seen a number of different permutations over the years. You live in connections, skill DC is where you live. You live in here where I need to, when I create this, right here, set items, if form dot data struct skill ID is not, well, actually, this needs to go, well, that went in there. If we create a new empty one, so that we don't have a nil. Have access to the skill DC. Choose your items. You just need to check and see if... What's the default value for a UUID? It's all zeros is what it is. But I don't think there is a UUID .0. If the ID check. UID 0 value. This is not the right package. At least it shouldn't be. Yeah, Google UUID. Ah, we do have a nil type. We can do down here if form dot data struct skill ID is not equal to nil, UUID dot nil. Then we do set current value to data struct skill ID. And then here we can say actually we can just always set this. That. Except for it has to be that. Because that's what they wanted. Okay, now it should load correctly, hopefully. There we go. I need to fix this still, but that's fine. We'll do it in a second here. Actually, why not now? Let's take a look. Why are you not in a column like I asked? Connection. You. Connection form. Fields and buttons. Skill DC form. Style is in a row. Skill DC form is here. You're set to column. So what? Oh. Because I'm silly. That's why. I pulled you down and forgot to point you at the correct thing. Connections. There we go. Perfect. Love that. And now if I go to none and I hit save, yeah, I was afraid of that. It nils internally. I would need to do something else. Can I do pointer to a pointer? Which is kind of silly, right? But can't do that. Perhaps this is a foolish idea to begin with. Seek the wisdom of the internet. What just happened to my sound? Like, dropped way down. Weird. Okay. Seems like I can do it. I don't know if it's wise. I would need to do... just to do this. How would I do this? Would I do that? No. Could do... that wouldn't work either. It will, okay. And then here we would have to dereference. Except syntax gets wonky. Could be this. It would be that. This would be. We'll do that in a second. This would have to change. This would have to change. This would need to say that. That. This just needs to be the same as this. When we new up a new one. Or set it to a new one, rather. Would that work? Is that stupid? I can easily find the answer to one of these questions. Okay, and then if I set you to none and save, you don't get set. I need to do. Why does that not nil that? Would I be able to set it just directly? Because there's a pointer to a pointer. Maybe that's what I was doing wrong. So I was getting the pointer, or the dereferencing, and I think I would just be back to where I was. You, none, save, come back. Or is it because I need to redundant parens? Okay. This should have done it. I guess the other thing I could, well, mm, would I need to? No. This is very close to what I'm doing. I need to set to. This wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, no. Let me just make sure that it's not something else that's going on that I'm misunderstanding. Like so. Let's do a quick run. Action, set you to none, hit save. Yeah, it's not getting. Would I have to dereference twice? No. If I did. Why don't you nil? I don't want to really use reflection. All right, maybe this is a silly approach. Let's think about a different way that we can get this. Walk this back just to a regular old pointer. Okay, so clearing it is the problem. I don't really want to put a pointer to the whole thing in there. Oh, I'm stupid. Well, no, I can't do that. Hmm. I would have to... Oh. No, because I said here, so yeah. Or would I have to... Maybe this was my mistake. Does this have to be... Okay. Would I have to pass it like this? bet you betcha that wound up copying. And then I need to go in here. Dereference explicitly to get access to all this again. Like that. And then I still got that in there so I can test this. Except not that, none, thank you. I need to set, yeah, it didn't work, because I didn't do this. Maybe. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I was to fix that for sure too, but you save. That cleared it. Okay, that is what I need to do. Okay. I still don't know if that's smart. It seems kind of jank. But we're going to roll with it. That causes some troubles though. Let's see here. On a knit. If it's nil. I need to... This needs to be this. This. So that it puts that in if we reconstruct it. If we're adding a new one, we put it in there. No? Would have to do... Oops. This. And then say... And then... That? Not that, address of. This works, we'll clean it up a little bit, but, no, it doesn't. Okay. If we can figure out new form, type gen, Ooh, do I need to regen? No. Type gen fails. Type gen go 13. This. Init func add at. Invalid memory address. Let me just back this up real quick. Maybe we can't have. It was erroring on 30. Let's run it now that we've put that back. 29. So this is not happy. What I need to do doesn't new take. No, it only takes a type. What I need to perhaps do that. Create it and then put it in there. That takes us up to 61. Nope, this looks like it'd be some quite interesting development, pun intended, but I'm nearly to the point of falling over another 6 a.m. weekend morning, so I'll be getting myself off to that bed now. Have a good night, man. Yeah, it is interesting. I've never needed to go 2 pointers deep before, so it's very interesting and possibly very foolish, which usually leads to interesting outcomes. Have a good night. We'll catch you next time. Wonder if I do. Yeah, I'll be very curious to see how it turns out, right? Can I do that? Is that silly? It probably is silly, but... Yeah, that's not... I think I just tried that and it didn't work. I just had playground. Here we go. Yeah, that's how they do that. And is still nil. Go right back to where I was before that. It's not where I was. Let's see here. There we go. I just need to do it this way. That should be pretty much equivalent, but maybe I'm missing something here. No. Not surprising. But when we do this, then we get it to fail at 29. Oh, same place, yeah. Ah, I bet. Because if it's nil, well, that's not gonna. Yeah. 61 now. Right. Because this is not. We've overwritten it, right? Because. It's because this data struct is nil here. I'm betting you. Because it's on a net. So it's before we've had a chance to set it. I'm betting that's what I'm doing wrong. I guess the other... Maybe we don't need to do this, right? I don't remember why I felt the need to do it in the other side on the rooms. But what if we just guard it here? And also here. Do I need both of those? $58. I need to check that as well, perhaps. It's got to be a nicer, tidier way to do this, I think. Then we get to 75. No, I lied. Plan. Update 75. $65. Because we didn't check it here. That'll at least let us load everything. That breaks, of course, because when we create it, we're still not doing that correctly. But at least we know that it's possible, right? So we just need to know how to create it correctly for both of these cases. We do this. Where do we null reference next? Was that immediately or was that at 60? Here. And if we do that, which I think I've already done before, but $61. Because we have no skill ID. Well, it should be the default. Just for science and funsies, if we took that out temporarily, then we would fall over at 68, where again we are looking to access that. What we do here red F, not that. Would we be able to get anything out of that, or would it immediately fall over? No, we would get a default value. Address of things with zeros. So Y I need to fix that before I can do that. Believe it's that line. Double check. 61. Yeah. Um, it'd be incorrect to use new there because that would give us a pointer, but not. Well, it would be default values. There shouldn't be nil there. And we know it isn't because we saw it. I seen it. Instruct. Do that. Then we see, oops. We do have nil inside there somehow. I should do new lines in here. But why? Could also put it here. And just compare, make sure that nothing got changed. It'd be kind of weird, but you know. It does get changed. Because when we set it, because we set it to nil here. I'm worried that this is kind of fragile, but this should get us back in action here. Yeah. Okay. So save. Did not get. Didn't get sat. because I'm breaking it somewhere here. It's still nil. And it's because of this, I think. But when we set it again here, that should change it. Because we need to set this always. Doesn't matter if this is nil, its address is still what we need to get to tie it, right? To bind it to this, basically. So this needs to stay for our initialization, but here we just need to say this, I think. And we need to also do that here. Okay, so far so good. Ooh, that broke. So that's on change for chooser. This. That's what I forgot. Bet. And then it gets set. We see it here. Excellent. And if we go back to none, it goes away. Fantastic. Okay. So we need to tidy up some of this. I don't think we need to do that if we're nil checking it. We don't need a log anymore. We don't need this log anymore. Or the tracing, I guess you could say, not log. We don't need this tracing anymore either. Now we should gracefully handle those nils. Okay, none. We set you. You appear. Good. Set you to none. Save. You disappear. Fantastic. Actually, what I should do is none. Save. Oop. I broke it. I bet you I know where. We'll check. Skill DC 88. This should be where we set the spinner, the numbers. It's going to have a nil there. 88. Right here. Yep. That. Okay. That should not set anything. And it doesn't. And it's 0. We should trigger a refresh there, but do that. Set to 0. Okay, so we've our UI's gotten out of sync there, but we're closer. When we save, update ourselves. Which should rebuild that. And it's because spinner's value no. Data struct doesn't change. Do I need to update frame? Is that perhaps it? You're 5, and then I did none. You become 0. Nope. And it goes to 0 correctly. It's just not rebuilding correctly. And that's because data struct is nil. We need to zero you. If there's nothing there, we just clear you out. We'll put this back. Which means I should cancel that run. Do this again, let it rebuild. That right there, I betcha. So, perception. 5. We change our minds to none. It's zeroed. We're like, oh, I want to put 5. No, still not. I'm And when it updates, it's correct. Okay, but why though? Do I need to... Probably still need to do this inside of here though? Oh, I think I did this backwards. No. I believe that would end up modifying things in place, which we don't want to do anyway. It's got to be something to do with this, because if we don't have a data struct, which we wouldn't in the case of having cleared it out, right? Let's test that theory. Okay. Let's make you smaller so we can all see. So if we come in here and I say, great, your perception, you're 5, all is well. Say you're none, all is well. It's not triggering this any longer. Now it's triggering, which matches what we see, right? So it's not being rebuilt. Why not? Was I onto the correct thing here? Even though it didn't seem like it was? Okay, back here. Like so. Still not. Okay. Do I have to do... Thought maker got run every time it updated. Maybe I'm wrong. We've done... That's not correct. We've done this before with the edit bar and its connection table frame. Except for there, we just used a maker. Cleared it beforehand, but that's fine. Take a look at the docs. You function to node base makes normal, which are called in sequential ascending order, node base.make to make the plan for how the children's node should be configured. Okay. How about updater and update? Do I need to... Oh, no. Yeah, let's do this. It's like there I was thinking about... but then I can't do that. To put you back, not just delete you. Okay, I would need to... save a reference to this inside of the widget if I wanted to try to write an updater for it. Run updaters. Give me some docs. Actually, we could look at form here. Init does all this. They do an updater inside of here. Okay. Maybe that's okay. Just double check here. They have an updater in here too. Okay. Okay. If that's fair and allowed and encouraged by virtue of their own code using it, then I should be able to do this. We'll put you in here. And probably this too. And then let me just double check. They had set text was called. And label. Which is comes from here. Okay. I'm not going to mess with that. I will try to run this though. And see if we're on the right track. Okay. Just make extra sure that came in. Extra sure it's no longer there. And then if I try to say it, this does not. But that could be because what did I call that? Empty chooser value. Because nothing was zeroing in anymore after we moved it to the updater. So okay. Yes. 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 Okay. Perfect. And as long as that, just gonna okay. Why is your highlighting all wonky? It was you. I think that's an IDE error. I'm not gonna worry about it. It looks valid. Everything looks. It's a comma. Yeah, everything looks fine. Okay, so I still don't know if that pointer to a pointer is a smart idea, but we're gonna run with it. This I think we can put back to just update. Oops, that's not the right window. This is. And we'll just make extra sure. That is still working. Good. That doesn't seem to have mattered. Okay, that's what I expect. That's good. It wasn't confused by that. I'm happy. Put it back in there for funsies. Okay. Now, this, let's go ahead. Internal, right, yes. Pull, scale DC, widgets out into custom widget. To pointer shenanigans. Okay. That can be there for now. I wonder if connection edit widget. Wonder if we can just play real quick with seeing if this makes easy sense or not, right? Because it'd be really handy to be able to use the same thing. I don't know if ID is important in this case. You'd have to rework this a little bit. But it would eliminate a lot of duplication, right? And a lot of duplicate work. These are different size boxes. We need to fix that too while we're messing around with this. Might as well. Let's see here. Connection form. Looks like I just didn't do in the maker, enter message, leave message, styler is text editors. Ah, right here. Leave message. Just a copy pasta error, I suspect. Make sure that didn't make anything wonky. There we go. Okay. The other thing to think about is maybe I want to put Maybe I want this to be collapsible as well. The text would probably want to be different. But I'm way happier with this overall, I think. I want these guys to be nicer. Let's do that really quick. Let's figure out if we can do skill DC. You do this real quick. We'll fix the go. Over here, when we init in here, if we just put a stretch in there, will that kind of shove the spinner over to the right side and allow us to be lined up? No. Because I wanted it to go in there, not into W. Kind of. I suspect that if we did this, and if we did it correctly, it'd probably work a little better. We would be able to perhaps not. Let's take a look. Tabs, connections, fields, form. Yes. Don't know if we need on both. This, though, would need to grow. Okay, not quite. If we put it on both, though. Closer. Now they both move, which I don't like so much. I need like a reload button here too to throw away changes. I can do that by... Can't do that by anything but restarting right now. Okay, we need to fix that. For sure. So if this becomes athletics as well, then everything moves in, and that is due to... Oh, you know what? This is annoying, but there we go. And then if this is athletics, then that gets a little bit bigger, but it's all right. I guess the other thing I could do is play with the style on the spinner. Probably don't want that though. If I just did that. Can I also do this? Would that have any impact whatsoever on the... No, kind of. It doesn't account for things correctly. That's annoying. This pulls that out of alignment, but that gets real wonky too. We just leave that. Like, this gets stupid, but then fixes itself. And if you're doing that, I mean, you have other issues in your life. And I bet you I could. Impose a max, but I don't know that that makes sense. I guess we could just do about 4 nines. Or 5, I guess, a type. But yeah, that's fine. Let's see if that fits. And if it still tries to allow me to go outside of the widget. Okay, it'll do that, but then it'll default in. Okay. That's probably fine. The other thing we could do is do that. Make it a 2-column guy. And then why did you go there? You went there because of this. And then what we can do is set this Would that work? Maybe. No, it wouldn't. We did this over here. And I think that the answer is I need to do this, and then do the same thing here. Um, doesn't justify to the end, but if I did, if I could type I was to put actually all of this inside of that. Justify to the end. Intend? How about content? There we go. Still not. Because you didn't grow. That's why. Wait. Why didn't you grow? Should have grown. That grew. That grew. That wasn't told to you, but it's fine. It's big-ish. Doesn't matter. You did your thing, and you get kind of squished, but that's fine. We'll fix you once we figure out what's going on. Frame 1. Set to grow. Did not grow. My highlighting is broken. Cool, 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 cool. Ah. Because you're clamped. That should have stayed here. There, that's better. Okay, so. Except for it's wonky. Ah, it's not justified over. Because get this over here so I can still see real quick. The it's broken my highlighting, so it's useless now. Okay, cool. I don't want this to be clamped either.
I just want justified to the end. You're set to grow. You're set to grow, but a max of 50% of your parent width. You'll take up the rest of it. Because you grow, and we justify the content, I think everything works out. Unless it's still getting smushed into the corner. Might be. No, okay. Except for they don't line up. And you get hugified. That's okay, right. That's why we were playing with clamping you down in the first place. Let's just say 80%? You're not justifying within, it doesn't look like. That looks like it's correct. Oh, it's because that... That's a pain in the neck. We could... Let's take that out. I don't need that. It's going to default to row. Let's put our stretch back in. This I don't necessarily want to be capped. This I do, though. No. That I don't either. Just grow. You'll take up half. And then you'll justify the stuff inside, which can only be up to 80 percent. There we go. That's better. And then as these change, so still have a little bit of a wiggle, but am I really even getting any value out of that? If I do it this way, though. Come out of there. Thank you. That's probably fine. It's a little bit better looking that way. Don't know if I'm getting anything out of this, though, anymore if I do it that way. I was to put you back in. Yeah, you're basically the same now. So let's just do that. Simplify things down. If we're going with that route, this also we should check and see if it's really giving us any value, right? Yeah, no, just the default behavior is quite sufficient, I think. We didn't really get any difference by adding that. That didn't. That's not very nice. Okay, so let's go ahead. That. We'll do a commit with this. Push that up. And we've been going for a little over 4 hours now, about 20 minutes over. I stream 4 hours a day normally, plus or minus, whatever I get into. So tomorrow I'll be doing this again. And if you show up about 4 hours before now or any time between then and now, your time, I should be here. We can hang out. We can nerd out. Thanks to everybody who swung by. Thanks for all the chat. It was great to have people in here and, gonna just talk about nerdy stuff. So I'd love to see you again. And if not, you have a great week, rest of your weekend and a great week coming up. Thanks again.